Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Lantern Boat. Chapter 1. The River Ceremony. The river moved like breath, slow, steady, as if it remembered everything. Mara stood at the edge of the crowd gathered along the stone embankment, clutching a small wooden boat in both hands. Her fingers traced the edge of the hull, worn smooth by hours of sanding, painting, repurposing. The candle inside flickered gently behind a thin square of parchment etched with her sister's name, Elia. The flame was too small to fight the wind, but too stubborn to die easily. Just like Elia, soft murmurs swelled and ebbed among the villagers. Children giggled in whispers, trying to keep reverent silence. Elderly couples leaned into one another for warmth, and somewhere in the mix, the low humming of a prayer began. An old song, not sung so much as breathed. The river listened. Mara kept to the back, near the reeds, watching as the first lanterns were lowered into the dark water. Each boat caught the current and glided forward, its glow stretching long ribbons of light across the surface. Within moments, the river was full of drifting stars. For most, it was a night of comfort, a communal memory, shared and honored. For Mara, it was always something lonelier. She remembered releasing a lantern the year her sister died, but she couldn't remember what she'd said before letting it go. Maybe she'd said nothing. Maybe silence had felt more truthful than words. A child tugged at her coat, offering a smile before running back to her family. Mara blinked. She'd forgotten how many people came to this each year. Even the sky joined in tonight, unusually clear, strewn with stars that seemed to watch from above like old friends. When her turn came, Mara knelt by the water and placed the boat gently onto the surface. The candle flame wavered, then steadied. The lantern hesitated for a moment, then caught the current and floated forward, joining the glowing trail already snaking downriver. She watched it go, until it was indistinguishable from the others. A single light among many, bearing the weight of love and memory. Someone behind her touched her shoulder. "Peace to your heart," they said, a ritual phrase. She nodded without looking back. The touch felt kind, but it didn't reach deep. The ceremony wound down. One by one, families drifted home, the river releasing them like it released the lanterns. But Mara remained by the bank, unmoving, wrapped in her scarf and thoughts, her boots sunk slightly into the cold mud. Then she saw it, a faint light, small, golden, gliding toward her against the current. She squinted. It wasn't a trick of the water. The lantern boat was floating upstream, slow but steady, its little flame unwavering. No one else seemed to notice. They were already walking away, heads turned, voices soft with closure. But Mara took a step closer to the water's edge, heart beating harder, unsure why the sight unsettled her. The boat drifted until it bumped lightly against the shore, just inches from her boots. It was old, the wood darker than the rest, the paper soft and yellowed with age, and on its base, carved beneath the wax-dripped candle, was a symbol, something unfamiliar, something intricate. Mara bent down, reached out, touched it. The flame didn't flicker. The air around her felt suddenly very still, as if time was holding its breath. And then quietly, inexplicably, she stood, took the boat in her hands, and turned upriver. Chapter 2. The Upstream Boat. The forest flanking the river was darker than Mara remembered. Or maybe it had always been this dark, and she had simply never walked this path at night. The villagers rarely went upriver. There were no homes there, no farmland, no reason, just trees and silence, and the sound of water moving past like a forgotten song. But Mara went now, the strange boat cradled in her arms, its little flame casting an amber glow across her scarf, her fingertips, the frost-laced leaves beneath her boots. She had no plan, just a pull in her chest, quiet, insistent. The boat's symbol nagged at her. Not a letter, not a language, not anything she could identify. It looked hand-carved, not with precision but purpose, like someone had marked it not to be read. but remembered something sacred or secret. The trees thickened, crowding close to the river. Branches creaked in the wind overhead like old bones shifting. Shadows darted between trunks as the lantern light moved. Once or twice, she thought she heard soft splashes behind her. Maybe a frog, maybe a fish, maybe nothing. She didn't stop to check. The further she walked, the quieter everything became. No birds, no wind. Even the river's voice seemed hushed, like it too was watching, waiting. Then something strange happened. The ground sloped slightly, then slightly more, and the river curved in an odd way she couldn't remember from any map, and the current, once certain in its direction, slowed. Not as if it was blocked, but as if it no longer knew where it should go. The boat's flame flared once, suddenly bright, before calming again. Mara stopped. Ahead, just beyond a narrow rise, where the trees opened up, she saw a thin trail curling away from the riverbank. It was almost hidden by the underbrush, but not quite. Worn, but not overgrown. As if someone or something had used it recently, frequently. She hesitated. In her arms, the boat shifted slightly, not with the wind, but with intent. The sensation was absurd, but it felt like the lantern was pointing not passively, but gently nudging, as if saying that. She glanced behind her. The village lights were long gone, swallowed by distance and trees. Only the river and its procession of soft lights remained. But the other lanterns were fading now, their glow too far downstream to guide her back. She stepped onto the trail. It wound through the forest, with an eerie familiarity. Roots bent around it. Stones were set like steps in certain patches. Someone had once cared for this path. Or perhaps the path had simply insisted on staying open, regardless of who walked it. Every few feet, Mara thought she saw something. A glint in the underbrush, the whisper of fabric in the trees, the glimmer of old glass. But when she turned, there was nothing, just her breath in the cold air and the soft flicker of the flame still burning in her hands. Then, through the mist ahead, she saw it. A cabin. Tucked into a clearing as if the forest had grown around it protectively. Its roof was uneven, layered in moss. Vines curled up the stone walls. A window glowed warmly from within, soft light spilling across the frosted ground like an invitation. Mara paused at the edge of the clearing, heart thudding. Someone lived here, someone who had released a boat that moved against the current, and that someone had dreamed of her. As she approached, the door creaked open before she could knock. A man stood in the doorway, older than her by a handful of years, with dark, unkempt hair and a threadbare cardigan. His eyes widened, not with surprise, but something more familiar, recognition, wonder. "I was hoping it would be you," he said quietly, his voice hoarse with sleep or memory. "I've seen you. In dream." Mara stared, unsure if she should run or speak, or simply drop the boat. "Come in," the man said, stepping aside. "It's cold, and I think we have stories to trade." Chapter 3. The Path into the Trees. The door closed behind her, with a soft, definite sound, neither welcoming nor final, just certain. The cabin was warmer than it should have been. Given the night air and the lack of modern touches, a fire crackled gently in a stone hearth, its light dancing across shelves lined with odd objects. Feathers in glass jars, folded notes, keys without locks, and small boats carved from driftwood. Dozens of them. Mara stood just inside the threshold, boats still in hand. The man Ellis, as he soon introduced himself, watched her with a quiet curiosity, like she was a memory he hadn't dared believe would return. "I didn't expect you so soon," he said, taking the boat from her with gentle hands. "But maybe that's the way of things. The river rarely gives back what it takes, unless it wants to." He placed the lantern carefully on a shelf beneath a window. The flame inside still flickered, steady as breath. "Are you going to tell me why you sent that boat upstream?" Mara asked. Her voice was steady, but her skin tingled with uncertainty. "And how you knew I'd find it?" Ellis tilted his head slightly, as if puzzling out the right answer, or the right version of it. "I didn't know you'd find it," he said. Not exactly. I only hoped. Some things you release into the world without knowing whether they'll return. People, words, memories, boats. He gestured to a wooden chair pulled close to the fire. You look cold. Sit, if you'd like. I'll make tea. Mara hesitated, but took the chair. The fire's heat sank into her bones slowly, like light warming a photograph. She watched him move through the small kitchen, grabbing a dented kettle, dropping in herbs that smelled of lemon and something unfamiliar. How long have you lived here? She asked, more to fill the silence than to get an answer. Ellis gave a small smile without looking up. A while, though some days it feels like I've always been here. Other days I wake up certain this cabin wasn't here at all. The night before, he handed her a chipped mug. The tea was dark, fragrant, and slightly bitter. Mara held it, but didn't drink. This path, she said. The one leading here, it wasn't on any map. I know this part of the forest, or I thought I did. Ellis nodded slowly. It's not on maps meant for getting somewhere. Only the kind drawn by remembering. She blinked. That's not an answer. It's not meant to be. He sat across from her, hands folded in his lap. His eyes, green, shot through with something almost golden in the firelight, studied her face with a kind of gentle reverence. You've been here before, he said softly. No, I haven't. Not in the way you remember. No. Mara frowned. You said you've seen me in dreams. I have. Sometimes walking the river, sometimes standing right where you are now, holding that same boat. He nodded toward the shelf. Sometimes you leave before I can ask your name. She didn't know what to say. The fire crackled. Outside, a faint wind sighed through the trees. It sounded almost like water running backward. This is absurd, Mara muttered, half to herself. Most honest things are, Ellis replied. She looked at him again, more closely. He didn't seem mad. He didn't seem entirely real, either. There was something about him that felt like the river, calm, unknowable, familiar, without explanation. Finally, she sipped the tea. The warmth spread quickly through her, and something inside her, some deeply buried knot of grief and waiting, began to loosen. I only followed the boat, she said. I know, he replied. That's how all good stories begin. Chapter 4, The Cabin in the Mist. Mara woke to the smell of earth and ash. For a moment she didn't know where she was. The cabin's interior was dim, painted in the watery blue light of early dawn. The fire had burned low, but its embers still glowed faintly. She was wrapped in a thick wool blanket, curled on a worn couch beneath a window dusted with condensation. Outside, the forest breathed a soft fog over everything. She sat up slowly. A cup of half-finished tea sat on the table beside her, long gone cold. Her boots, lined neatly beside the door, were still caked in river mud. The memory of the night before returned in fragments. Ellis, the boat, the path, the stories that didn't quite make sense but felt true. She stood and moved quietly through the cabin. It was larger than it looked from the outside, yet still cozy. The walls were cluttered with curious things. Pressed flowers, small paintings, hand-drawn maps. One, pinned by a rusted nail, showed a winding river, with no names, just symbols and strange marks where paths might be. The far end of the room held a small writing desk, strewn with notebooks, scraps of paper, and a single lantern, unlit, but familiar. It had the same delicate frame as the one that brought her here, the same symbol etched into its base. She ran her fingers over the desk, pausing when she saw a page torn from a notebook weighted by a river stone. Went to fetch wood. You're safe here. Tea on the stove. Ellis. Safe. She wasn't sure what that meant anymore. She moved toward the window. Beyond the glass, the mist was thick, curling low around the trees, like an old story trying to rewrite itself. The river was just visible in the distance, a dull thread of silver threading through the forest. No birdsong, no distant voices, only the silence of a place forgotten by time. And then she noticed something else. Lanterns, dozens of them. They hung from tree branches surrounding the cabin, some high, some low, each one different in size and shape. Their paper was weathered, Their colors faded. Some were shaped like stars, others like leaves. One even resembled a tiny house. None of them were lit, but they seemed to pulse faintly in the fog, like they were waiting for something or someone to give them a reason. Drawn outside, Mara wrapped the blanket around her shoulders and opened the creaking door. The cold hit her instantly, sharp and clean. The air smelled of pine and smoke, of old stories rising from the earth. The forest looked unfamiliar in the morning light, like a dream being reinterpreted. She stepped carefully down the porch steps, boots crunching against the frozen grass. The lanterns swayed gently as she passed, as if stirred by her presence, though the air was still. Each one had something written inside, a note, a name, a date. Some were in ink, others scratched faintly in charcoal or graphite. She stopped at one that had her sister's name, Ilya. Her breath caught, but the date next to it was wrong. It was from next year. Behind her, a branch cracked. She turned sharply. Ellis stood there, arms full of wood, watching her. "I told you," he said quietly. "The river doesn't always move in just one direction." Mara's voice was barely a whisper. "Why is her name here?" "Because you're not the only one who remembers," he said. "And not all remembering happens after." She looked at him, really looked at him. His eyes were tired but kind. He looked like someone who carried a great many things, quietly. Someone who had stayed behind, not out of fear, but out of promise. She didn't ask any more questions. She couldn't yet. Her mind was still trying to rearrange what it thought was possible. Instead, she followed him back inside, through the door of the mist-wrapped cabin that had been waiting longer than she realized. That morning, they sat at the table and shared bread, tea, and silence. And when Ellis finally spoke again, it was not to explain, but to begin. "I think," he said, "we may have known each other before the story started." Chapter 5, Echoes of the Lanterns. Later that morning, with the mist still clinging to the trees like a shawl no one dared remove, Ellis showed her the heart of the cabin. It wasn't the firelit sitting room or the narrow sleeping loft above the kitchen. It was a small chamber tucked behind a sliding wooden panel, hidden in plain sight. There were no locks, just the slight resistance of a door long unused, yet carefully maintained, as though it had been opened many times and always closed with care. He didn't ask if she wanted to see it. He simply said, "If you're ready," and pushed the panel aside. The room smelled of old paper and wax. Lanterns filled the space, hundreds of them, hung from the beams, set in neat rows on low shelves, balanced carefully atop wooden crates and carved stands. Some were simple paper globes, others were elaborate constructions with folded wings, miniature doors, tiny sails. They had no candles inside, but Mara sensed each one held something more than light. A soft hum rose in the air as she stepped inside, like the echo of distant voices behind glass. Not speech exactly, but presence, memory. The air shimmered faintly, not from heat but from time. Ellis stood beside her, watching the way her eyes moved across the room. "They aren't just lanterns," he said. "No," Mara whispered. "They're echoes." He nodded. Every one of these belonged to someone who needed to remember or be remembered. She stepped closer to one with delicate copper framing. Tiny rivets held together, blue-tinted glass, etched faintly with a name she didn't recognize. Serene. Inside, where the candle should have been, lay a pressed flower, perfectly preserved. Mara reached toward it. "Careful," Ellis said gently. "They're not fragile, exactly, but they're sensitive. Some of them have waited a long time to be seen again." She lowered her hand. "Do you know all their stories?" "Not all," he admitted. "Some tell themselves, others wait for the right person to remember." She turned slowly, taking in the room again. The way the lanterns glowed softly, even unlit. The strange sense that she wasn't alone, not haunted, but held, witnessed. And there, on a lower shelf, was the lantern she had followed. The one that had drifted upstream, only now, it looked different. The paper was cleaner, The symbol on its base seemed sharper, as if freshly carved. It pulsed faintly in her chest, like a name she couldn't quite recall. "Why did it come to me?" she asked. Ellis didn't answer right away. He walked to the back wall, where a tall lantern shaped like a tower stood. It had no name, only a spiral drawn in silver ink around its base. "I think," he said slowly, "some lanterns are looking for someone who remembers something they've forgotten. And some," he turned to her, "some are carrying stories that haven't happened yet." Mara looked back at her lantern. The warmth in her chest deepened, familiar and aching. She crouched beside it, placing a hand gently on the wooden base. It felt warm, not from flame, but from knowing. Ellis watched her in silence, and when he finally spoke again, his voice was low. "Careful. The first time I saw you," he said, "you came into this room and picked up that very lantern. You said it was yours." She didn't answer. Couldn't. Because some part of her, quiet and old and buried deep, remembered. Not the moment, not the room, but the recognition, a feeling like the pause before a story begins. The part where everything is still possible. And so she sat down on the wooden floor, surrounded by lanterns, and listened, really listened for the first time. Not with her ears, but with whatever part of her remembered dreams she hadn't yet had. Chapter 6. A Dance That Never Was. The light shifted slowly through the windows, warm and golden by late afternoon. The mist had thinned outside, though the world still felt distant, like they were inside a snow globe. No one had shaken for years. Ellis sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, an old velvet box resting on his knees. Mara leaned against the wall across from him, her eyes still tracing the shapes of the lanterns around them. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was full of possibility. He opened the box carefully. Inside was a music box mechanism, rusted slightly, one crank bent, but beneath it lay a folded length of dark red ribbon. "This," he said, holding it up between thumb and forefinger, "was yours." Mara gave him a skeptical look. "I don't remember ever owning a ribbon like that." "You wore it in your hair," Ellis continued, undeterred. "At the festival, the last night of summer, there were lanterns, music, dancing by the water. You laughed so much that night I thought the moon might stop just to listen." "I've never danced at a festival," Mara said quietly. "Not in this life," he said, "but maybe in one of the others. Or maybe it hasn't happened yet." The certainty in his tone wasn't stubborn. It was serene, like someone reporting a dream they still half lived in. She took the ribbon from him, turned it over in her fingers. It was soft, faded at the edges, the color almost exactly like the twilight just before dusk. And strangely, holding it gave her a sensation she couldn't explain. Not a memory, but the impression of one. The smell of bonfire smoke. Music echoing across water. Bare feet in warm grass. "You said I laughed," she murmured. Ellis smiled, like someone who had just remembered the ending of a beautiful story. She looked up sharply. "You speak in riddles." "No," he said gently, "I speak in echoes." A breeze passed through the cabin then, stirring the lanterns just enough to make them whisper against one another. The air shimmered again, subtle. But there, like something just beneath the surface was trying to break through. Ellis leaned back on his hands, gazing upward. "You wore that ribbon, and we danced under the river bridge. Not with the others, off to the side, where the firelight barely reached. You told me a story about stars being the forgotten names of people who lived twice. You said..." "I said I don't believe in second chances," Mara interrupted. Her voice was calm, but her brow furrowed, troubled. Ellis nodded. "Yes. But you said it like someone who wanted to be wrong." The words sat between them for a moment, not heavy, not accusing, just true. Mara stood slowly and walked to the cabin's narrow window. The trees outside were still watching, it seemed. The kind of stillness that didn't wait for wind, but for decision. "How do you know all this?" she asked. "About me? These impossible things?" "I don't know, Mara," he said softly. "I remember. There's a difference." She turned to him. "And what if I never remember any of it? What if I leave this place, go back to my life, and none of it ever becomes real. Ellis met her gaze without flinching. Then I'll remember, for both of us, until it does. Her chest ached, not with sadness, exactly, but with the weight of something half-formed, like grief, but also wonder. Outside, the sun dipped lower, the light slanting gold across the room. The ribbon still lay in her palm, warm from her touch. "I don't know if I believe you," she said quietly. "I'm not asking you to," he replied, "but if you like, I could show you how the dance began." He stood and extended his hand. Mara hesitated, then placed hers in his. There was no music, no crowd, no moonlight or summer air, only creaking floorboards, the hum of old lanterns, and the strange ache of déjà vu. But they moved together slowly, cautiously, like two people relearning something they'd once known by heart. And when Mara closed her eyes, just for a moment she saw them, the flicker of fireflies, the glint of water beneath a bridge, her own laughter, rising like smoke into the stars. A dance that had never happened, and yet, somehow had. Chapter 7. The story she remembers wrong. Night returned like a tide, slow and quiet, washing over the cabin with the softness of memory. The lanterns swayed faintly, catching stray shadows as Mara and Ellis sat opposite each other at the long table. Between them, a small oil lamp glowed with steady flame, casting flickering light across the wood grain, across Ellis's folded hands, across the steam rising from their mugs. Outside, the forest was wrapped in stillness again, as if it too had paused to listen. Mara stared into her tea. "There's something I want to tell you." Ellis looked up. "You can." She hesitated. Then, "It's about my sister, Ela." She blinked. "You remembered her name. I didn't have to. It was written in your eyes the moment you saw that boat. It's still there now." Mara didn't speak right away. When she did, her voice was flat, practiced. "She died 3 winters ago. She slipped through the ice on the river just north of the village. I wasn't there. I should have been. I'd promised her I'd meet her. I was late." Ellis listened, unmoving, his gaze steady but soft. "She always loved the river," Mara continued. "She used to say it was like a long silver ribbon tying the world together. She believed it carried things, secrets, wishes. I never corrected her. And the day she died," Ellis said gently, "you stopped believing any of that." Mara nodded. "It was the one story I told myself again and again, how I let her down, how I waited by the fire and never heard her calling." Ellis was silent for a moment. Then he stood, crossed the room, and returned with a small wooden box. He opened it and removed a folded piece of paper, worn yellowed, with writing that looked like it had been done in haste, but with care. He handed it to her. Mara unfolded it. Her breath caught. It was a letter in Ilya's handwriting. "Mara, it's too cold today. I stayed home instead. I'll wait for you tomorrow at the bridge. Don't be late this time." Mara stared at the words, her hands trembling. "No," she whispered. "This can't be real." Ellis met her eyes. "I found it tucked inside a lantern 2 years ago. It floated to shore near the cabin. I didn't know what it meant until last night, but she went to the river. She drowned. I was told, everyone said, everyone believed," Ellis said softly. "But belief isn't always truth. Memory, Ben." Mara looked down at the letter again. Her chest ached in ways she hadn't expected. Grief didn't loosen. It expanded, and now it was pressing against something even harder to hold. Doubt. "If this is true," she said, barely breathing, "then everything I thought I knew about that day is wrong." He nodded once. "Sometimes we carry a story because it feels like the only way to carry the pain. But that doesn't make it right." Tears welled in her eyes, but they didn't fall. "Why would she write this and never show it to me?" "Maybe she did," Ellis said. "Maybe in one version of the world, you found it. Maybe that's the version we're remembering now." Mara pressed the paper against her heart, closing her eyes. The warmth of the oil lamp, the hum of the lanterns, the gentle creak of the wood beneath her. All of it felt like part of some greater breath, a memory being rewritten from the inside, and still, her mind reeled. What am I supposed to do with this? With not knowing what's real? Ellis leaned forward. You don't have to know, he said. You just have to listen. If a story is still alive, it will speak again. Mara looked down at the letter one more time. The ink had not faded. Chapter 8. The Hourglass Lantern. The sky outside turned a deep violet, that brief hour between dusk and true night when the world seemed to hold its breath. Shadows stretched long across the floorboards of the cabin, and every lantern, though unlit, seemed to glow faintly from within, as if stirred by some quiet anticipation. Ellis opened the back cabinet. It wasn't like the others. The doors were lined with glass panes, etched with curling patterns that resembled tree roots or veins. Inside sat a single lantern, unlike the others, rounded or gently angular. This one was tall, narrow, and shaped like an hourglass. Its frame was wrought iron, delicate but firm, and where the candle should have been, there was only sand. Fine white grains, suspended impossibly in mid-air between the two halves of the glass chamber, neither falling nor rising. Trapped, timeless, Mara stepped closer, drawn not just by curiosity, but something deeper, like an instinct too old for words. This is one of the oldest, Ellis said, voice low with reverence, or the newest. Depending on which side you look from. She stared. The sand shimmered faintly, like it had caught starlight, though the cabin was lit only by a few oil lamps. She reached out, but paused just before touching it. It's not dangerous, Ellis said. It just doesn't belong to any particular moment. What does that mean? He leaned beside her, one hand resting lightly against the glass pane. Some stories, they don't happen all at once. They echo backward and forward, like ripples in both directions. This lantern comes from one of those stories. She looked at him, brows drawn. You're saying time runs both ways? No, he said. I'm saying sometimes it forgets which way it's supposed to run. Mara looked again at the sand, then to the base of the lantern, where something was inscribed in the metal. She bent to read it. The past is patient, the future forgets, but the present remembers who you are. She said it aloud, the words strange and heavy on her tongue. Ellis nodded. That's the story this lantern carries. One that hasn't happened, or maybe happened long ago. He gently opened the cabinet door, and the faintest tremor passed through the air, as if something unseen had stirred awake. He didn't remove the lantern, he only let it breathe. When I found this one, he said, I dreamed for 7 nights straight. The same scene, over and over. What did you see? You, Ellis said, without hesitation, standing on the edge of the river with the hourglass in your hands, crying, laughing. It was hard to tell the difference. Mara looked up sharply. And you're sure it was me? He turned to her. No. But I felt it was you. And feeling in this place carries as much weight as knowing. She felt her pulse shift, uneven. And what happens in the dream? She asked. You release the lantern into the water, Ellis said. But it doesn't float, it sinks. And just before it disappears, the sand starts to fall again. Mara looked again at the grains, still suspended between the two halves of the glass. Not falling, not rising. Maybe it was never meant to float, she said softly. Maybe it sinks to be remembered. Ellis studied her for a moment, then gave a small nod, less in agreement, more in understanding. That's what I've wondered, he said. Some lanterns are meant to drift, others are meant to wait, and some are meant to be found just when they're needed. Mara stood still, listening. There was no wind, no voices, only the sound of the fire and the faint ticking of something ancient inside her chest. She closed the cabinet door. For now, the hourglass would wait, but its presence lingered behind the glass, like a question that wasn't quite ready to be answered. And Mara, though she didn't know why, was beginning to suspect that the story the lantern carried was hers. Chapter 9. The Journal of Futures. It was well past midnight when Mara found the journal. The fire had burned low again, casting long shadows across the wooden beams, and Ellis had gone quiet, dozing in a chair, near the hearth, with a blanket pulled over his shoulders. and a dog-eared book resting on his chest. The lanterns swayed gently above them like a canopy of waiting stars. Sleep wouldn't come to Mara, not after the hourglass, not after the letter. Her thoughts twisted like river currents, backward, forward, refusing to settle. She wandered the cabin in the hush of near darkness, her footsteps soft against the creaking floorboards, something, curiosity or perhaps a memory disguised as instinct, led her to a corner shelf behind the tall desk where Ellis had been writing earlier. Most of the books there were old field journals and volumes with titles stamped in fading gold, collected dream phenomena, cartographies of unmapped places, rivers that return. But one was different. It was plain, unmarked, wrapped in soft grey linen, tied with a strip of twine that had frayed at the edges like it had been opened and closed many times. She untied it and opened the cover. The pages were filled with sketches, rough but intentional, like someone had drawn quickly to capture a fleeting image. People, places, objects. Her eyes caught on one near the beginning, a riverbank at twilight, with small lanterns glowing on the water, her village. Another page showed a girl, seen from behind, holding a boat in her hands. The symbol carved into its base was unmistakable. She turned the pages faster. There was an image of Ellis standing in the doorway of the cabin, just as she had first seen him. Another sketch showed the hourglass lantern, but this time, in the river, half submerged with the sand inside falling like starlight. And then, a page that made her freeze. It was her, unmistakably, sitting at this very table, the oil lamp casting a circle of light over a letter she held in her hands. Elia's letter. But in the sketch, Mara was crying. A single tear had been drawn, slipping down her cheek, rendered in ink so delicate it looked like it might fall. Beneath the sketch, written in Ellis's looping handwriting, was a caption. She reads the truth, but still doesn't let go. Mara sat down, the journal open in her lap. She turned another page and felt her breath catch. The next image hadn't happened. Not yet. It showed her and Ellis standing at the edge of the river in spring, lush green trees overhead, the water clear and fast. They were releasing a lantern together. It looked new, undecorated, as if it had yet to be given a story. There was a note beneath this one too. If she stays, this is where it begins. Mara stared at it for a long time. Her heartbeat felt louder than the fire. What was this? Not prophecy, not prediction, something else. She turned to the back of the journal. The final page was blank. No sketches, no notes. But someone had written across the center in charcoal, "Some futures must be remembered before they are lived." She closed the journal slowly, hands trembling. Behind her, Ellis stirred. "You found it," he said, voice raspy with sleep, but certain. "How long have you been drawing these?" she asked, without turning. "A while." "But how?" she whispered. "How can you draw what hasn't happened yet?" He rose and walked over, standing behind her, looking down at the book in her lap. "Because," he said, "some stories write themselves backward. The ending comes to us before the beginning, and we only realize we've lived them when we start to remember them as dreams." Mara ran her thumb along the edge of the final page. "And this one," she said. "This one with the two of us, at the river." Ellis nodded slowly. "I don't know if it will happen, but I drew it the day after your lantern came to me." She closed the journal, holding it tight against her chest. She didn't know whether to feel fear or wonder. The line between them was blurring fast. Outside, the wind stirred the trees, and deep in the forest, something shifted. A bird taking flight, or maybe just the river turning, ready to show her what came next. Chapter 10, The Forgotten Anniversary. The next morning came reluctantly, with a dull, washed-out sky that blurred the line between night and day. A grey hush hung over the trees, and even the river seemed slower, its voice muffled beneath a heavy fog. Mara stood at the threshold of the cabin, Ellis beside her, both cradling hot mugs in their hands. The steam curled upward and vanished into the chill air. Neither of them had spoken much since she found the journal. Words felt too brittle, too small for what the night had revealed. Ellis finally broke the silence. "Do you know what today is?" Mara glanced at him, brow furrowed. No, it's the 6th of Windmere, or the 6th of what used to be Windmere, before the village changed the calendar. She frowned. I don't remember ever hearing that name. You wouldn't. It was an old way of marking time. Before the floods, before the mapmakers flattened everything into numbers. But the people who lived along the river, long before us, used it to track the quiet anniversaries, the ones no one talks about. Mara sipped her tea, and what's remembered today? Ellis didn't answer at first. Instead, he motioned for her to follow. He led her to a side room she hadn't noticed before, small, with a single window and a weathered writing desk pushed up against the wall. On the desk lay another notebook, this one bound in red cloth, fraying at the spine. He opened it to a page already waiting. It was a drawing of her, Mara, standing in front of the cabin, hair tangled by wind, holding something in both hands, a paper. A letter. The look on her face was distant, haunted. But beneath the sketch, in Ellis's looping hand, were 4 words. She forgot this day. Mara stared. Her pulse quickened. Is this supposed to be now? Ellis nodded. Or it already was. I don't understand. He gently turned the page. There was more writing this time, full paragraphs, half journal, half story. It described a version of this very day. Not as it happened, but as it might have. A storm rising in the afternoon. A missed conversation between them. A decision made in haste. A moment lost to silence. In this version, she left the cabin before evening, walked back into the woods, never returned. Did I really forget this day? She asked. Not yet, he said. But you might. Why? Ellis closed the book. Because sometimes memory protects us from moments we're not ready to carry. Mara leaned against the desk. Her hands were cold. Her breath misted in the air. I don't want to forget, she said softly. Not anymore. Ellis studied her face for a moment, then reached into the desk drawer and pulled out a small folded piece of parchment. He handed it to her. She opened it. It was dated 1 year from now. Today, we could have spoken. You looked at me, and I didn't speak. You left before the storm, before I could ask you to stay. I'm writing this so I won't forget what I lost. Maybe you'll read this before it happens. Maybe that will be enough. Mara's throat tightened. She read the note again and again, then folded it slowly and tucked it into her coat pocket. I stayed, she said. Ellis smiled. Not broadly, not triumphantly. Just a quiet lift at the corner of his mouth, like relief. You did, he said. Outside, a crow called once through the trees. A moment passed, then Ellis spoke again. The journal you found, it shows one possible thread, but threads can be rewoven. Days like today are anchors. If we forget them, the story changes. Mara nodded. She understood now. There were moments in life that bent the path, not loudly, not dramatically, but with quiet force. A choice, a silence, a glance. And sometimes, the way forward wasn't found in the future. It was remembered from the past. Chapter 11. Crossing Currents. The storm never came. Clouds gathered, threatened, and then passed silently, as if deciding it wasn't the right day after all. By late afternoon, a soft golden light spilled through the trees, casting long bars of sun across the mossy clearing. Mara stood at the edge of the river with her boots just touching the waterline. The current looked calm on the surface, but beneath it, she could feel the pull, strong, layered, like something running beneath the visible world. Ellis joined her with a pack slung over his shoulder and a map in his hand, though it looked more like a piece of a dream than anything practical. No compass, no scale, just lines and loops and sketches of things half remembered. A tree with a hollow heart, a broken bridge, mended with ivy, a clearing filled with ribbons. He handed her the map. There are places the river touches that most people don't see, places where memory and moment overlap. She looked at the odd shapes and wavering lines. Like crossroads, he nodded. Or crossings. The currents shift in those places. They pull stories through from one life into another, sometimes people too. Mara folded the map and slipped it into her coat. "And what are we looking for?" He smiled. "Not what, when." They followed the river north, along a path barely wide enough for two. It twisted between ancient trees and fallen stones, through golden light and shadows that seemed to shimmer slightly, just enough to make Mara glance back once or twice, uncertain whether she'd seen movement or memory. The forest here didn't feel entirely like the one she'd known as a child. The colors were too rich, the silence too deliberate. More than once, Mara felt the sensation of walking through something's memory, as though the land itself were trying to recall its own name. At a bend in the river, they came upon a tree taller than any they'd passed. Its branches curved like ribs toward the sky. Its trunk was scarred with symbols, some old and faded, some newly carved. She reached out and touched one that looked like a circle inside a square. "What is this place?" she asked. Ellis crouched beside the roots, brushing away leaves to reveal a small pile of smoothed river stones, each marked with a word or name. "It's a remembering place," he said. "People leave pieces here of what they've lost, of what they hope to find again." Mara knelt and picked up one of the stones. The name etched into it was Alina. "She's not from my village." "No," Ellis said. "She's from somewhere else entirely. Some stories pass through more than one world. Some names echo in many rivers." She placed the stone back gently and stood. They walked on. Later, as the sun began to dip behind the trees, they came to a wide clearing at the edge of a shallow inlet. The water was strangely still here, as if waiting. In the center of the clearing was a ring of wooden posts, long weathered, some broken, some wrapped in bits of ribbon or cord. A faded sign, barely legible, hung from the largest post. "To cross, you must remember forward." Mara stepped into the ring. At once, the air shifted. The wind fell silent. The forest leaned back, and the water, still and quiet, suddenly showed reflections that weren't hers. In the pool before her, she saw herself standing beside the hourglass lantern, not in the cabin, but on a small boat drifting through fog. Ellis was with her, younger somehow. Her hair was wet, she was laughing and crying. Then the image changed. She stood alone at the river's edge, older, lanterns surrounding her. Her hands were full of letters, dozens of them. She was letting them go, one by one, into the water. Then another, this time her and Elia, sitting on the cabin porch. Elia's hand was in hers. Mara stumbled back from the pool, gasping. "What is this?" she asked, her voice hoarse. Ellis stepped beside her. "These are crossings, places where time forgets to choose a side. They show you what might be, what could have been, what still waits." Mara looked at the still water again. "Are they real?" "They're possible," Ellis said. "That's all stories are." She knelt at the edge of the pool again. Her reflection had returned now, normal, present, whole. But in her chest, something had changed. She wasn't just remembering the past. She was remembering what hadn't happened yet. And the path ahead, uncertain as it was, no longer felt like a step into darkness. It felt like stepping into a story that was ready to be lived. Chapter 12. The Memory Tree. They found the tree just before dusk. It stood at the edge of a wide, shallow bend in the river, its roots curled like ancient fingers gripping the earth. The trunk was massive, twice as wide as the cabin's hearth, and the bark shimmered faintly beneath the fading light, as though it had soaked in the last of the sun. But it was the ribbons that caught Mara's breath, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, tied to the branches, the roots, the cracks in the trunk. Some were cloth, frayed and sun-bleached. Others were paper, curled at the edges. A few were braided strands of hair, yarn, string. Each one carried a note, a name, a drawing, a memory. Mara stepped forward slowly, as if not to disturb them. The tree was utterly still, yet it thrummed with presence. It didn't just hold memories, it listened to them. She could feel it, the way you feel thunder before you hear it. The ribbons shifted faintly in the breeze, whispering like 100 voices all remembering at once. Ellis stopped a few paces behind her. This is where people come when they're ready to release something they've been carrying too long, he said, or to leave behind something they're afraid they might forget. Mara turned, eyes wide. They just tie it here. He nodded. Not to give it up, just to let it rest. She stepped beneath the canopy of the tree. The branches stretched out like arms in embrace. As she passed one low-hanging bough, she caught sight of a ribbon with a child's handwriting. Don't forget how we used to look for constellations in puddles. Another read, I forgave you, even if you never knew. Mara reached out and ran her fingers across the bark. It was rough, but warm, familiar, like something alive. Do you have one here? She asked Ellis. He smiled faintly, stepping forward. A few. She watched as he walked to a higher branch, pulled down a ribbon tied near a notch in the bark. It was deep blue and speckled with tiny silver dots, stars, painted carefully by hand. He offered it to her. Mara read the tiny, fading script. The version of you I met in a dream. She looked up, startled. This is about me. He didn't speak. Instead, he pulled a small piece of folded parchment from his pocket and handed it to her. Here, if you want to leave something. Mara opened it. The paper was blank. Write what you're not ready to say out loud, he said gently, or what you don't want to carry home. She looked down at the blank page, then out at the water. The surface was calm again, smooth as glass. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then she sat on a root and began to write. The words came slowly, not in full sentences, but fragments, feelings, moments she couldn't explain to anyone back home. Memories that didn't quite belong to the past, but hadn't happened in the present either. When she finished, she tied it to a slender branch close to the ground. As she did, the air shifted, not wind, not sound, just acknowledgement. The tree had taken her offering gently, the way a friend might hold your hand in silence. She stepped back. Ellis met her eyes. How do you feel? She paused. Lighter, she said. He nodded. That's how you know it listened. The ribbons around them stirred again. Some looked as if they had been tied just hours ago. Others were brittle, barely holding together, but none of them seemed forgotten. Mara looked up into the branches, watching the ribbons flutter against the sky. So many stories, so many selves, suspended like prayers. Do people come back for them? She asked softly. Sometimes, Ellis said, when they're ready to remember what they left behind. They stood together beneath the tree until the sky turned indigo, and the first stars blinked into view. The river whispered behind them, moving slowly but surely forward. When they finally turned to go, the ribbons kept rustling in the breeze, and one, just one, untied itself and drifted into the water. Chapter 13, The Lantern That Floated Back. They returned to the cabin in silence, walking through the darkened woods, guided only by the soft hum of the river and the glow of the lantern. Ellis carried. The forest had shifted again, just slightly, but enough for Mara to notice. The trees leaned in a little more. The path underfoot felt older, more worn, as if they were walking not through space but backward through time. When they reached the cabin clearing, the air was still, no wind, no sound. The lanterns hanging from the trees around the house didn't sway. They simply waited. Ellis stopped at the porch and turned to her. There's something I need to show you, he said. Mara followed him inside, her boots whispering across the floorboards. He led her past the fire, past the writing desk, to a small alcove she hadn't noticed before. A cupboard tucked beneath the staircase. It looked ordinary, scuffed, aged, but the moment Ellis opened it, the room changed. Inside was the boat, her boat, the one that had drifted upstream. Only, it wasn't just sitting there, it was glowing. The flame still flickered inside, steady and golden, as if it had never gone out. But the boat itself had changed. The wood was cleaner, the symbol at the base sharper than before, almost freshly carved. But more than that, it felt away. Mara stepped closer, heart beating louder. You kept it. Ellis nodded. I called it back. She looked at him. What do you mean? I let it go years ago, he said. not knowing if it would find you, only hoping. And then one night I woke up with this certainty in my chest, like the story we'd never finished had circled back, like it was time to try again. He reached out, but didn't touch the boat. So I built another. I shaped it from memory and hope. I carved the symbol I saw in dreams, and I set it adrift against the current. Mara stared at the flickering flame. You sent it upstream, he nodded. Not because I thought it would work, but because something in me said it had worked once, already. Like the memory had already happened, and I was just catching up to it. She sat on the floor slowly, the boat between them, the flame cast moving shadows across her face. You built it for me. I built it for the version of you who never got to finish the story, Ellis said. The one who left the river too soon. The one who needed a way back. Mara didn't speak. Her throat felt tight. The truth settled over her, not as shock, but as recognition. A puzzle piece sliding into place. She'd never understood why the boat had felt so familiar in her hands. Why its glow had made her chest ache. Now she did. It didn't drift by accident, she whispered. It came for me. Ellis looked at her gently. You followed it, which means you remembered enough to want to remember. She picked up the boat carefully. The warmth radiating from it wasn't fire, it was memory. Not of the past, but of a thread pulled taut between two hearts, across years, across dreams. She held it in her lap like a question. But why me, she asked. Why this story? Ellis took a long breath. Because some stories don't end when they're forgotten. They end when they're refused. When we convince ourselves they were never real. He paused. And I think deep down, you never stopped wondering if something had been left undone. The boat flame danced, casting gold into the corners of the room. Outside, the wind picked up at last, rustling the branches of the surrounding trees. Mara looked down at the flame and saw not just light, but possibility. I think, she said slowly, this boat is only part of the story. Ellis met her gaze. Yes, the rest is what you choose to build next. A silence settled over them, but it was not empty, it was waiting. And for the first time since she had arrived, Mara didn't feel like a visitor. She felt like someone who had finally come home to the place where the river turned. Not backward or forward, but toward a moment that had always been waiting. Chapter 14. The evening repeats. It began with the smell of smoke, faint and familiar. Mara blinked. She was back in the chair by the fire. Her boots muddy, her fingers still curled around the frame of the lantern boat. The flame inside flickered exactly as it had the night before, or earlier that night. Or perhaps again. Ellis stood near the hearth, pouring tea, humming a tune she didn't recognize. Yet somehow knew the room looked the same, felt the same, warm, worn, and wrapped in the hush of something sacred. But something was different. Not louder, not brighter, just off by a fraction, like waking from a dream and realizing the lamp that had always been to your left was now on your right. Mara sat up straighter. Ellis? He looked over his shoulder, smiling in that same patient way he always did. You're awake. Her voice came slower this time, cautious. We've done this before. Yes, he said, setting the teapot down. And no. She looked around. The hourglass lantern still sat in its glass case. The ribbons she'd read near the fire were all in the same place. The journal remained on the desk, closed, the red string marking the same page as before. But she noticed something new, a second drawing. She rose and crossed to the journal, her fingers trembling as she opened it. Just beneath the sketch she'd seen last time, her standing at the river with Ellis, was a second version. Same scene, but this time she was alone. The caption underneath read, "She chose to forget, but the river remembered." Mara stepped back, dizzy. Why is this happening? She asked. Why is the night repeating? Ellis folded his hands, his voice calm, but laced with something weightier this time. Because the story hasn't settled yet, it keeps trying to choose its shape. I made my choice, she said. Did you? He asked. Or did you only begin to? Mara moved to the window. Outside, the trees were still, no wind. No lanterns glowing in the branches this time. Just the river, dark and unmoving, like a mirror with no reflection. "How many times have we done this?" she asked. "I don't know," Ellis said, "but I've watched the same evening play out in different ways. Sometimes you leave before I speak. Sometimes you stay and forget me by morning. Once, you asked if this place was just a dream you'd stolen from someone else." Mara pressed her palm to the glass. "I don't want to forget this time," she whispered. Ellis stepped closer, voice softer. "Then stay long enough to choose. Not react, not run, not remember only halfway, but choose the thread you want to keep." She turned to him, something desperate and fragile in her gaze. "And what if I choose wrong?" He smiled, not with pity, but quiet conviction. "You won't. The river doesn't trap you. It offers you the chance to stay long enough to change." The oil lamp on the table flickered, and something in the air shifted. A single lantern above them, one that had remained dark, suddenly lit, its flame bright, gold, and unwavering. Mara looked up. "That wasn't lit before." "No," Ellis said, "but it always lights when the story starts to remember itself." Mara stared at the flame. Her mind raced with questions, but her heart slowed, calm in the way only truth can be. "Then let's do it again," she said, her voice quiet but steady. "But this time I want to remember the whole thing. I want to choose it before it's already past." Ellis nodded. "Then we begin again. Not because we're trapped, but because we're ready." Mara moved back to the chair, lantern boat still warm in her hands. She sat. The fire cracked softly. Outside, the first ripple passed across the river's surface, as though something beneath it had stirred, something ancient, patient, and kind. The evening repeated, but this time, she was awake inside it. Chapter 15. The Story They Choose to Tell. The next evening was quieter than the last. Not silent, just settled, like dust after a storm. The repetition had stopped. The evening did not restart. The lanterns did not relight themselves. The journal remained closed where she left it, and the fire burned low without theatrics. This time, the story waited for them. Mara and Ellis sat on the porch, side by side, wrapped in shared silence. The sky was a canvas of indigo, streaked with fading gold. The first stars blinked overhead, distant but familiar, like old friends watching from the edges of a story. In her hands, Mara held a sheet of parchment, blank but warm. Ellis held a pen. Between them sat the old wooden lantern boat, clean, restored, and ready. "Do you remember the first story you ever told?" Ellis asked gently, eyes on the horizon. Mara shook her head. "I used to make up stories for Ilya when she was little, but I don't remember the first, only the way it made her laugh when I got to the end. She always asked for more, always." Ellis nodded. "Then maybe it's not about the first story, or even the last. Maybe it's about the one you're willing to carry forward." Mara looked down at the blank page. "I don't know how to start." "You don't need to," he said. "Just tell the truth. Even if it hasn't happened yet." She stared at the page. Then, slowly, she began to write. It wasn't neat. It wasn't poetic. It began in the middle and jumped back, then forward. She didn't name the pain. She didn't explain the strange river, or the symbols, or the dreams. She just wrote what felt true. "I loved, and I lost, and I waited for the river to bring her back. But it brought me here instead. And maybe that's what remembering really is. Not a return, but a redirection." She paused. Ellis handed her a small knife to fold and seal the paper. She rolled it tightly, tied it with twine, and placed it gently into the hollow inside the boat. Then together, without speaking, they walked to the edge of the water. The river shimmered with moonlight. No current rushed, it simply breathed. Mara knelt and set the lantern gently onto the surface. Its little flame flickered to life without a match, without effort. It simply knew its time had come. The boat drifted forward. Ellis stood beside her. "This is the part where most people let go." "And what if I don't want to?" she asked, voice barely above the ripple of the river. "Then don't," he said. "But understand, letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means freeing the story so it can grow. They watched the boat glide away, its light a single star, reflecting on the water. Behind them, the cabin pulsed with warmth. Around them, the woods were alive, not with movement, but with awareness. Mara turned to him. "We could stay here." "We could," Ellis said. But the story we just chose, it doesn't stay still. It asks for movement, for becoming." She exhaled slowly. "So this isn't the end." He smiled, a little sad, a little hopeful. "No, it's the middle, the real middle. The place where you stop telling the stories other people gave you and start telling the one that belongs to you." She looked downriver, where the lantern was just a pinprick now, floating into the unknown. Then she reached for Ellis's hand and held it. "I'm not sure where it's going," she said. "I don't think it matters," he replied. "You wrote it. That means it knows the way." Together they stood at the edge of the river, not to release the past, but to walk with it, forward. And somewhere ahead, the boat carried their story, not as a memory, not as a wish, but as a beginning they had chosen together. Chapter 16. The Final Lantern. Morning broke slow and golden. Light poured through the trees like honey, warm and thick, casting long beams across the cabin floor. The woods were quiet, reverent, as though even the birds had paused to listen. Mara stood by the windowsill, a folded cloth in her hands, and a strange calm pressing softly against her chest. Not the absence of feeling, but the presence of peace. Today, she would make her own lantern. Ellis had already gathered the supplies: thin strips of pale wood, rice paper, a small jar of wax, and a tin of brushes. He laid them out on the table without instruction, as if he knew she didn't need one, as if she already knew what to do. "You don't have to rush it," he said as she sat down. "Some people take years to build their final one." Mara looked up at him. "I'm not in a rush, but I don't think it needs more time." He nodded, stepped back, and left her to work. The process was slow, quiet, sacred. She sanded the wood until it was smooth to the touch, then formed the delicate frame. Her hands moved with surprising certainty, even though she'd never built a lantern from scratch. It felt like muscle memory from another life. She painted the rice paper next, not with words or names, but symbols, stars, river currents, tree roots, a single open eye. She didn't plan any of it. The images came to her, the way dreams arrive, just before waking. She sealed the paper onto the frame, brushing each edge carefully, binding memory to intention. And when it was finished, she sat back and looked at it. It was small, simple, but it glowed, even without a flame. Ellis came to stand beside her, smiling softly. "It's beautiful. It's honest," Mara said. He lifted the lantern gently, placed a candle at its heart, and nodded toward the river. They walked there together, not speaking. The water was gentle today, clear and reflective, like it wanted to show her something, not carry it away. Mara knelt at the bank again, her hands steady. "This one isn't for Aaliyah," she said aloud. "Not for grief, not for what I lost." Ellis stood just behind her. "Then what is it for?" She smiled. "For everything I haven't lost yet." She lit the candle. The flame caught instantly, small but certain. Then she placed the lantern in the water. It floated easily, its reflection sharp beneath it. Two flames drifting in unison, one real, one mirrored. The current accepted it without hesitation, pulling it into motion with a grace that made her chest ache. Ellis stepped beside her, watching. "Most people release lanterns for the past," he said. "But sometimes, the most powerful ones are for the future." Mara nodded. This was not a goodbye. It was a promise. As the lantern floated downstream, it joined no others. There was no ceremony today, no crowd, no names whispered over the water. Just one woman and one man and one small flame that would carry their truth beyond the bend in the river. For the first time, Mara didn't watch until it vanished. She turned away before it disappeared. Because she knew now, not everything needed to be seen to be real. Some stories kept going even when you stopped looking. And the final lantern, hers wasn't an ending. It was a signal, a light, meant to be followed. Chapter 17. The cabin without time. That night, the cabin felt different. Not quieter, emptier, as if something essential had begun to lift, like breath leaving a room. The warmth still lingered, the lanterns still swayed gently from the rafters, but the walls no longer pressed in with waiting. The space no longer held its breath. Time, Mara realized, was loosening its grip. She stood by the fire with a mug of tea cooling in her hands, watching the flames burn lower than they should, even though the wood had just been added. Every sound in the cabin felt slightly delayed, like an echo arriving a few seconds too late. The air was thick with the knowledge that something was ending, but not in sorrow. In completion, Ellis stood at the doorway, looking out toward the river. The moonlight painted silver lines across the clearing, across his shoulders, across the earth itself. Mara approached him slowly. "It's changing," she said. He nodded once. "It's almost time." "For what?" "For me to go." She went still. "Go where?" Ellis didn't answer at first. He stepped onto the porch, his voice soft but sure. "I was never meant to stay here. This place, it was meant to hold a story together until someone came back to finish it." Mara stepped outside with him, her breath catching in the cool night air. "You mean me?" He turned to her, eyes gentle. "You remembered, you chose, you wrote the story forward. That was all this place asked of you." She looked at the cabin, its crooked beams, its glowing windows, the familiar way the door creaked when it closed behind them. And she knew deep in the quiet part of herself that it had never been meant to last. "How long have you been here?" she asked. Ellis shrugged. "Long enough to forget what year it was. Long enough to know I wasn't waiting for the end. I was waiting for you." She reached out and touched his arm. "You're not a dream, are you?" He smiled, and something behind it ached. "I don't think it matters." Mara swallowed the lump in her throat. "Will I see you again?" He looked up at the sky. The stars were moving more slowly now, or perhaps they were finally still. "Not here," he said, "but I'll be in the story you tell next. If you keep telling it." A soft wind stirred. The lanterns hanging from the trees around the porch began to flicker, one by one, not brightly, just once, like blinking. She turned to look at him, heart full. "You were the one who remembered for me when I couldn't. And now," he said, "you'll remember for both of us." She nodded, tears not falling, but shimmering, held like lanterns behind her eyes. Then Ellis stepped down from the porch. His footsteps didn't make a sound. He walked slowly toward the river, into the dark, into the light, into the blur between things remembered and things only ever dreamed. Mara didn't follow. She stood beneath the eaves of the cabin that was no longer hers to keep, and watched him disappear. Not vanish, just fade, like a name whispered across water, still echoing long after the speaker is gone. Inside, the cabin grew dimmer, quieter. Then still, the fire winked out. The lanterns lowered their heads. And Mara, with nothing in her hands and everything in her chest, turned back toward the path through the trees. The cabin behind her gave no sound of goodbye. It had done what it was meant to do. It had waited, and remembered, and let go. Chapter 18. The River Remembers. Spring came early that year. The trees bloomed before anyone expected them to, casting delicate petals into the river like confetti tossed by unseen hands. The villagers said it was the warmest season in a decade. Children ran barefoot along the banks. Couples picnicked under the willows. The river sang, low and steady. And on the night of the Lantern Festival, Mara returned. She walked slowly through the village square, past familiar stalls, past the bakery with its sweetbread cooling in the windows, past the chapel where names of the departed were whispered like incantations. Faces turned to greet her, some with warmth, others with confusion. She had been gone for what felt like forever, and yet no one asked where she'd been. Perhaps they sensed the answer was too large for words. She carried a boat in her hands. Not the one that had led her upriver. That one was long gone. Set free into waters no map could trace. This boat was new, hand-carved, painted in deep hues of blue and gold. On its base she had etched no name, no dates, just a symbol, a spiral, inside a lantern flame. At the riverbank, the The ceremony unfolded as it always had. Candles were lit, prayers were spoken, boats were released, one by one, casting little galaxies across the water's surface. Mara stood apart. She waited until the current had thinned, until the others had stepped back into their lives. Then she knelt, lit the candle, and placed her boat on the water. It hesitated as if asking, "Are you sure?" She nodded once. The boat drifted out, light blooming against the dark like a heartbeat. It didn't speed or lag. It glided, as though it already knew where to go. And then, a second boat appeared. Small, plain, older than the rest, drifting upstream. Mara's breath caught. The villagers didn't seem to notice. They chatted quietly behind her, their attention turned to memory and tradition. But Mara watched the upstream boat approach. No candle burned within it. No symbol marked its side. It moved silently, steadily, as though it had emerged from the shadow of a story long told. It passed her gently. She didn't reach for it this time. She only nodded in greeting. Because she understood now, some lanterns return not to be held, but to witness. To remember with you. As the sky deepened, Mara stood alone at the edge of the river, her reflection mingling with the soft glow of the drifting lights. She did not cry. She did not speak. She simply stood and listened. And the river, ancient, gentle, patient, remembered her. It remembered her grief, her wonder, her choice, and it whispered back. Not in words, but in warmth. The story is not over. And thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.